night to get lucky. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get sun. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get sun. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I feel it a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high. And I feel the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah.
Hey baby, wake up from your asleep. We have arrived onto the future and the whole world is become electronic, supersonic, supersonic, electronic. Hey baby, ride with me away. We doesn't have much time. My blue jeans is tight, so onto my love rocket climb. Inside tank of fuel is not fuel, but love. Above us, there is nothing above, but the stars above.
All systems gone. Prepare for down count.
5, 4, 3, 1, off blast! Fly away in my space rocket. You no need put money in my pocket. The door is closed, I just lock it. I put my glow plug in your socket.
The sun and sky is bright like fire.
You and me gets higher and higher.
Cut off communication wire.
Only thing can stop us is flat tire. Hey love crusader, I want to be your space invader. For you I would descend the deepest moon crater. I is more stronger than Darth Vapor. Obey me, I is your new dictator. For you is Venus, I am Mars. With you I is more richer than all the czars. Make a wishes on a shooting stars. Then for you I will play on my cosmic guitars.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your belt seats. We has commenced our descent. I trust you enjoy this flight as much as you enjoy this accent.
Now back on Earth, it's time for down splash. Into sea of eternal glory, my spaceship crash. People have arrived for to cheer me from near and far. And as I float, I open door and shout, I world's biggest, washed up superstar. As for sure as the sun rises in the west, of all the singers and poets on earth, I am the bestest. Come, let me put a ring of Jupiter on your finger. Then like a smell around you, I will forever linger. Okay, it's time for end. No more will I sing. Let me take you back in time. I want for you to experience Big Bang. Long live space race. Long live Mulvania. Electronic, supersonic, supersonic, electronic.
Would you like the rest of my sandwich?
I'm not homeless! Hey, come on, grab your stuff. I got us a place to play.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called Dante's or something. And they've only allowed us to do one song, so we gotta make it a good one. Come on.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. To get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal, oh what a deal. A big old box, it's all for me. You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Take us out, Moose.
Taste the biscuit.
singing along at home.
Hello everybody, welcome to the brain domain.
Is that breathing inward? No, I'm doing it all outwards. Alright, throw your ass back for this one. I can only make a sound like that inward. If anyone here is interested in learning how to throat sing, I could show you the basics. Love making the mouth noise he makes in this song. It's a nice vocal stem. Very clean with it. I can't really.
Я пришел дать эту песню из мира грез. Я пришел дать эту песню из хрустальных слез. Я пришел дать эту песню для любви. Я пришел дать эту песню.
I just love everything about this video. The song, the outfit, whatever the fuck they're doing in the background here. Okay. If you've ever wondered what DMT is like, it's like this music video. You're in this geometric, multi-dimensional space where there's all sorts of goofy creatures, and they're all friendly, but they're also weird as fuck. For like a minute? Yeah, it's only for like 15 minutes. It's very brief. DMT is like a psychedelic bungee jump. And if you're scared of the idea of like loss of ego, which can be frightening, the thing about DMT is that it happens so quickly, there is no time to really be scared, because you're just like a bungee jump. And then before you know it, you snap back and you're like, whoa, what was that? That was awesome. But no, just the outfits and everything about this, it's very DMT coded. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you know, God, there's just so many good songs on this playlist. Whenever we start and we're in the middle of like a real banger, it's just like I kind of just want to chill for a minute. My playlist of eclectic bangers. Throat singing and yodeling have a bit in common in that they're both styles of singing that you kind of have to really project. You have to... They're designed to do it loudly. You need that oomph to really get your vocal cords to do what you're trying to get them to do. A drag queen would totally perform this, if not already. People misunderstand drag. Drag is high art. Like, drag is it's just an art form, and there's people out there who were like talking shit about a friend of mine, Drag Trashly. There are some like basic normie dudes who have never left their bedroom trying to talk shit about drag, and it's like, you don't understand it. Go to a drag show and then tell me what you think. You're just, you know, you've never actually been to one. You don't really know what it's about. So I told you there'd be streamer awards drama. Drag Trashly is a friend. Drag Trashly is also one of the funniest drag queens I've ever seen. Also, Trashly makes drag content that would honestly be more applicable to a straight audience than many other forms of drag content, if I'm being honest, because Drag Trashly loves like toilet humor. It's hilarious. But anyway, they just don't get it. They just don't get art, is the problem. They just don't get art, is the problem.
Do you think you're better off alone?
But no, Trashly is comedic genius.
Do you think you're better off alone?
And if you don't get it, you just need to use your brain more. You need to think. Wookie beats Macho Man. This is Sax Squatch. He's Sasquatch and he plays the saxophone. I just love it when somebody will fully commit themselves to a pun, you know? I appreciate when somebody commits to the bit. Humor is definitely a fantastic way to cope with trauma, but where I would advise caution is rushing to humor too quickly so that you're not like, you know, as a way of just glossing over things. Because that's just a surefire way to end up going Joker mode. Everything's just a joke. Nothing is serious. Nothing matters. And it's like, no, it's okay to take some stuff seriously. You're just not supposed to take everything so seriously. It's not an all or nothing exchange. It's like, you determine the level of seriousness which with you take your shit. How's it going, Dean? Good to see you. Jaina, how are you doing? Jaina, I need to send you this video, Jaina. Hold on. I sent it to one of my other friends who paints minifigs. I need to send it to you too because I thought it was really funny. I won't show everybody on stream because it's I don't know if they get my sense of humor. No, like somebody repainted a Warhammer figure and they took off all the gross parts and made it look very clean. And so instead of just this, it's like a Nurgle thing, except they made him the great clean one. I thought it was very funny, but I don't think most of you would get it. I know exactly the video you're talking about. It's so funny. Warhammer? Yeah, it's the minifigs. The guy's normally just very big and very gross, but they like filled in all of the gaps and like sanded him smooth, this model, and they even made like a little guy in there who's like polishing him. I think I've heard of a game called Warhammer. Do you want me to... Should I explain Warhammer real quick? Is anybody else interested? Because I will go there. I will explain the concept. But I just want to make sure that more than one person is interested. I don't play the tabletop, but I've played some of the games, you know, like Darktide, Vermintide. It's like a Total War one. I don't do the minifigures because I don't have the time or the finances, because those little plastic figures aren't cheap, and you gotta construct them and paint them yourself. You have Vermintide. If you've played it, then that's a good entry point into what Warhammer is. It's basically, there's two main versions of it. There's the fantasy version of it, which is Vermintide. It's all like, you know, knights and magicians and elves and dwarves and all that stuff, the common fantasy tropes. And then they also have the sci-fi version, which is Warhammer 40k. And they're basically just meant to be as like grim and dark as possible. They aren't really the most grim, dark thing that there is out there, but it's high fantasy, R-rated sci-fi fiction. before had a BF that always tried to get me to play Space Marines 2 with him. I never played Space Marine 2. I haven't played that one. I've heard it's pretty good. No, I just didn't feel like paying for it. Look like I just got back from returning a kid. Yep. Well, I look like a cat burglar. Got a big bag here with a $sign on it. To play it twice. You know, I was over that game. Like, I didn't play the game, but I was over it as soon as I saw somebody opening up the inventory screen, and I was like, nope. Nope. I'm just not in a place in my life right now where I'm open to the idea of a video game that feels like work. I'm like, I'm not here to manage all my inventory and gather resources. You know, I'm over the survival crafting shit. I'm out here surviving and crafting in real life. I don't... I've heard people really like it, though, so I'm happy for you. I'm just saying it's not my thing. Like, my brain interprets that as, like, work rather than game. I don't know. There's been a shift in my brain wiring. The game I've been playing lately is Expedition 33. Which is growing on me. It's a pretty good game. It's growing on me, alright? I was a little reluctant. I don't normally like games that require you to parry everything. And it was also very French. But in spite of all that, I have enjoyed it. It's on PC Game Pass. Oh, I've got PlayStation Plus. I've got games that I need to be playing on the PlayStation that I'm already not playing, so... Getting old, friends. I'm getting old. You know. Just don't have as much time for it these days. You know, I feel like a hobby like that is something that you can really run away with and end up spending, you know, just far too long in a sedentary position. And I recognized that I need to set limits when it comes to how long I'm willing to just sit down and only exercise my fingers. I guess is the point in my life where I realize how many goofy-ass songs there are. Oh yeah, I think we're up to like 60 videos on this playlist now. Hold on, how many do we have? Oh, 53. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm gonna keep adding to it. Really not into open-ended games like Valheim and such. I was into those style of games during COVID. Whenever I had literally nothing to do and I had to stay inside, I was doing my surviving and crafting in a video game. But I'm out here doing my surviving and crafting in real life now. I like to try to stay learning stuff, you know? I like to, whenever I'm doing stuff, I like to feel like I'm developing a skill or learning something, and I feel like I hit a point with most types of games where it's just like, do I want to spend a few hours learning these mechanics? And I don't know. I just don't know. I did play quite a bit of Valheim, and I sometimes think about going back and playing it a little bit. I don't know. I think having a community game server where we could do a game like that, that would make it fun. That would make it fun. Still waiting on Project Zomboid. Need to find somebody who knows something about setting up a server. Which I might be able to do here, I don't know, but I'd have to talk to my friend who did it whenever we played. Let's see what he did exactly. So you can set up that dedicated server and then people can just come on and play when they want to, or... I've been thinking of cracking into Zomboid. It seems very intense. There's a lot to learn in that game, but it's a lot of fun. I haven't played the new update for it though, because I heard they changed a bunch of stuff and it's still in like the testing phase, so I'm kind of waiting until they iron out some of the bugs before trying the new one. Started a new Stardew save. Might be time for a new game. I think you deserve a new game. The game domain. It might happen one day. Maybe one day I'll play a game. Sometimes you need to play a game that's just totally outside of what's a normal game for you. If you think about it neurologically, what's going on in your brain whenever you're going back to the same game and just playing it again and again? What's going on upstairs while we're doing that? I need familiarity. Having something to anchor to, especially during a time of change in your life, can be important. It could be something that can help to maintain your sanity. It's a familiar pattern that you can, it can give you a sense of direction. It can kind of act as an internal compass, especially if you've got a lot going on in your life outside of the game. Makes sense to me. Also the type of person who just likes to build stuff. Like, I'll go down and I'll explore in the caves. I'll go down and harvest resources, but it's just it down yet. There we go. One time in Minecraft, I spent way too much time carving off the top of a mountain to build a castle on top of the mountain. It was pretty cool. I mean, it wasn't that cool, it was very basic, because by the time I was done getting all that work done, I didn't have the energy to make it fancy. Let me pop open this question box here. Happy Thursday, by the way. We're starting to get close to 7,000 questions. We just hit 6,000 not that long ago. We're at 6625. While we're on the subject, before we get into the questions, I was just thinking about something because everybody was talking about why they play games. And what that got me thinking of was, don't ask me to pronounce this name. I wouldn't know where to begin. It makes me think of flow states. This graph here, it shows how we enter different mood states depending on the level of challenge that we're dealing with, as that compares to how skilled we are at dealing with that challenge. For example, if we are in a situation that is a high challenge and we have a low amount of skill, that creates anxiety. We are stressed and alert. And so when I think of why we play games, I think that we play them to enter some of these states over here on the far side. So if you have a high level of ability and it's a high level of challenge, what we would call that is a flow state. You are doing something that is very challenging, but you also have a high degree of skill. And so you're right there at the cusp. You're right there at the cutting edge of where your skill is, and you're pushing yourself and you're developing. That's that flow state. Why are the lines not intersecting correctly? All right. Because whoever made this didn't have a degree in graphic design. There's a way to do that. This is kind of a cluster here in the middle, so I get what you're saying. But we're just gonna have to take this as exposure therapy. Exposure therapy for the OCD. I'm just gonna put my mouse over the center there, so it'll create the optical illusion that everything's fine. So, if you're doing something that's high challenge and you have a high skill, you go into a flow state. This is Elden Ring. Elden Ring, you know, high challenge, high skill, flow state kind of game. Did I make this chart? No, I did not. It was made by this person. Anyway, so I feel like what a lot of us do when we're playing games is we're trying to enter one of these states. It might be we're trying to enter a flow state. It might be that we are perhaps even seeking arousal, feeling alert and focused. You know, maybe you're not that good at the game, but you're getting better at the game, and so it's arousing to you. It generates interest. It captivates you. It occupies your attention. Some of us may play games to feel a sense of control. Maybe the challenge isn't that high, but we're really good at the game. So playing stuff like Tetris. Playing stuff like Mario Kart. And then you've got the relaxation games. We're trying to feel confident and content. We're playing Stardew Valley. We're playing Animal Crossing. We're playing those cozy games. So, one more thing to keep in mind is that if you're playing games and you're not looking for one of those states to be in, either alert, focused, happy, confident, content, if you're not finding one of those feelings in gaming, maybe a different hobby might be a better fit for you at this point in time. Not to say you have to give up gaming forever, but the brain likes some variety. And sometimes we get caught in these routines of playing the same games over and over because it's just what we do. Just make sure you're enjoying it. Make sure it's making you feel good. Make sure it's, you know, helping you to feel some type of positive emotion, and that it's not just emotion that you're going through. This is a much more helpful perspective than when I get told I've tapped out on dopamine. So, it's not necessarily that you're like tapped out on dopamine, right? Your brain still has dopamine in it. It's just like, imagine you've been eating the same food every day. Would it still continue to feed you? Perhaps, but it would lose its flavor. You would lose your appetite for it. It wouldn't feel as rewarding to eat it, because you eat it every day. Your brain wants new things. Your brain wants variety. And so your brain likes it when you mix things up. Sometimes all you need to do to get that dopamine fix is to just shuffle things around a little bit. Go back to the drawing board and see what your options are. You're talking to someone who used to eat the same food every meal for 2 weeks at a time, sometimes more. Used to. Keyword. Keyword. Used to. Gotta eat my gummy vitamin. Go through phases, and that's perfectly fine. It's kind of normal to just go through different phases in life. It's like, right now for me it's soup season. I don't really make many soups throughout the rest of the year, but during soup season I'll have soup every week. Did you prep your meals ahead of time and freeze large amounts in portions? What I would assume it was is that it was just one of the things that you knew how to cook. And so it was just your go-to. Because I think that's why a lot of people, you know, they'll have a meal that they'll eat over and over and over for a long time. It's just like, it's just one of my go-tos. You just kind of rotate, you know, it's like this week it's ramen noodles, next week it's mac and cheese, next week it's frozen pizza. Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. But what I've noticed is that when you eat garbage, it makes you feel like garbage. Safe foods I rotated. You know, if you ever want to talk about it, even something like that could be linked back to systemic issues. If you're familiar with the concept of hyperpalatability, the tendency to overload foods with fat, sugar, you know, just carbohydrates, it kind of messed with some people's heads. Our brains aren't designed to eat that kind of shit. It's like a drug. And then what do you get? You get kids who are addicted to chicken nuggets, cheeseburgers. I'm hyper aware of hyper palatable foods. Yep, it's best to stay away when you can, because they're some of the worst foods for you. Like, if you ever wonder why the food in the restaurant tastes so good, it's because they're cooking like they're trying to kill you. I read an article earlier saying that Wegovy and the like are reshaping how food manufacturers are thinking about the foods they sell. Less and less impulse buying is happening. Apparently, 1/5 of Americans are on it. That's wild. Like, what happened to body positivity? What happened to body positivity? Now you got a weight loss shot and everybody's just like trying to be as skinny as possible now. It's like, I don't know about you, but I'm out here trying to gain weight. I'm out here trying to cultivate mass. I want to be walking around like an absolute unit. If everybody else is going rail thin, I'm going large. I think that's the play. In a world full of skinny people, I want to be thick. I want to be a big boy. Got an ass and a gut and a little man boob. That's in right now. That's actually in right now, by the way. That's... The dad bod is in. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. We've got some questions in the box. We've got a presentation on deck. I have no desire to be skinny anymore. I am a curvy woman. You love to see people own it. You love to see people feel comfortable in the body that they have. You know, no matter what, I feel like you should just be happy with who you are and what you look like. Maybe sometimes you're a little heavier, maybe sometimes you're a little lighter, maybe sometimes you're a little chubby, maybe sometimes you're more lean and muscular. Doesn't matter, it's still you. Try to enjoy it. Try to enjoy the different stages of being and the different expressions of a human body. It's... Body positivity went away. I don't know. I'm keeping it though. I'm not crazy about these drugs that all these people are taking to lose weight. It's like I've heard too many stories. I'm pro healthy body. That's what I am. You know? There's a range. There's a range, you know, you don't want to be too big, you don't want to be too little. If you're too big, it strains your organs, it's a stress on your system, it's, you know, it's not the healthiest for you. Likewise, if you're too thin, it's like, you need insulation. You're gonna freeze in the winter. You've got no padding. You're like a house with no insulation, you're just the frame, you know? You want to try to be somewhere where you feel comfortable and capable and your body is functioning in a healthy way. Like, a lot of people will swear by these drugs, but I've had a lot of people that I care about deal with eating disorders, and I just know that when it comes to how your body responds to things like hunger and food and nutrition, and it's like that stuff that you don't want to fuck with, especially like chemically. There's just too many risks, even if there aren't like as many physical risks like medical side effects. I'm like, you have to consider like the behavioral side effects, and so I don't know. It's like we've already had to suffer through a time period where anorexia was popularized, and I don't want to see women go through that again. Like, we should leave 2003 in 2003. We don't need to be bringing that back. Can we define the difference between eating disorder and I don't care, I eat what I want, or is that an eating disorder? How about instead of using that language, like I'll try to avoid using the language eating disorder because there are a lot of implications regarding that, like which eating disorder, which symptoms. In order to try to use a more fair umbrella term, how about we just say disordered eating? A person who is dealing with disordered eating. Because that can cover just about anything you can think of. It's like it's I don't know. It feels more like inclusive rather than divisive. Now, if you really want to talk about an issue that people deal with that is fueled by culture and society, like disordered eating is definitely one to look at. There is just a ridiculous amount of social pressure to adhere to a very specific body type. Whether you're a man or a woman or however you present or whatever your identity is, it's like there is social pressure that one feels one must conform to. That's not really healthy for anybody. Anyway. Take good care of your body. Your body needs proper nutrition. Your body needs food. Don't deprive yourself or starve yourself because you feel like it'll make somebody else happy. Because it's not. It's not going to make them happy, and it's not going to make you happy. You're just going to suffer for no reason. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. We've got a presentation today. I hope you all are ready for this one. This was one of the topics where I was like, I'm surprised we haven't done this sooner. Are we ready for this one today? We'll get there. We've got time to build up. I need to do a poll real quick. I need to do a poll about this topic. This will be a good one. Chad, I'm going to run a poll. Have you ever been trauma dumped on? Or have you ever trauma dumped on somebody else? Or maybe you've dumped and been dumped on. Or perhaps somehow never. Perhaps somehow this has never happened to you. In which case, how? Maybe it's more common than I would. I don't know. Something about me happens to me all the time. I don't know what it is. I guess I've just got that kind of face. It makes you want to dump on it. I can admit I've done both. That's probably going to be the number one answer. So, not to feel bad about. Can't vote, but both. Thank you for including your result. I will add it to the tally. As you can see here, the vast majority so far is it's happened to me and I've done it to somebody else. And so I just want you to recognize that. Maybe you didn't think about that before, that this is something that happens more commonly and it's not just me doing it, and it's something that we've kind of been put into a position where that's one of the best ways that we can cope. You know, we've been deprived of the other ways that we could properly emotionally process in collaboration with others. Bit of a sample bias here, maybe. Well, it's a good thing I'm not going to publish these results. It's a good thing that I'm not going to publish these results in a peer-reviewed journal. Doesn't have to be normal for everybody in the world, but it's normal for the audience, so that's what matters. I believe that I might have trauma dumped here, and you're far from the only one that has. But yeah, anyway, we'll let that poll run for a minute, so if you don't mind, just... I like data, alright? Thank you. Is it bad to prefer trauma dumping to friends than a therapist? You shouldn't be doing it to either. And we'll talk about that later. It's just the act of the dump it gives relief, but it's not very effective at actually helping us get through stuff. And so that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about what it is, why we do it, and what we could do instead. We'll also talk about why doing it can be harmful, even though it's something that we're doing in order to feel better. Kind of like scratching an itch when you have poison ivy or something. It's like you don't want to itch it because it's just going to make it worse. Anyway. If I had nothing more relieving than a giant dump, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Stick that over here. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. That'll be fun. That will be fun. All right, we've got a few questions to get to, so let's do it. Box is off-centered. I had to fix my question box. There we go. Hello, Big Brain Papa. I would like to ask for your advice on relationships and crushes because after about 6 months of being on an emotional roller coaster with one person liking me, then not wanting to be with me, asking me something in case we get together, and then saying we will never be together. You're You're right, that is a roller coaster. I've met another person in school, and that person is giving me the usual signs that they might have a crush on me or like me, but what puzzles me is that that person also does that kind of stuff with others. I enjoy being around them. I would like to be in a relationship with them. I've never been in one. Well, what you'll come to find then, as soon as you are in one, is that it's exciting, it's fun, and there's a lot to learn. So, don't expect everything to go perfectly, but enjoy the experience. Currently, I don't really see us being together, and that's why I am alright with the idea of us two just staying friends if it doesn't work romantically. Thank you for your help, and thank you for being there when I needed someone in the past. Alright, no problem. You are welcome. What I would say is... it sounds like you're kind of young, you know, and it sounds like people are kind of confused about what they want, and then, you know, hence the mixed signals and stuff, right? It's like, well, just in case we get together, here's a question for you. And then also, oh yeah, we're never getting together. It's like, that's not really a game you want to play, because you don't want to get caught in a situation where you just keep getting dragged along. Part of what makes a relationship work is reciprocity. I want to be with you, you want to be with me, we both want to be here together. So find somebody that feels that way. You know, find somebody that seems interested and engaged in being with you. Hi, Papa. At a group meeting yesterday, I talked about how I have fear of being myself and wanting to take up gymnastics again. Why would you have fear of being yourself? Who else could you possibly be? If we're afraid of being ourselves, we are afraid of reality, because that's who we are. You are you, you are yourself. Who else could you be? There's nothing to be afraid of. However, afterwards, someone told me that I'm too big and that I'm not fit enough to do it. I'm trying to not focus on that comment, but it's hard. I want to starve myself and or make myself throw up. Not the solution. Not the solution. That's how you get an eating disorder. Alright, so don't do that. Okay? That's not the answer. Don't give yourself an eating disorder because one asshole said some shit. Like, who the fuck are they? Like, honestly, who the fuck are they anyway? Like, come on. Anyway. Hold on, I need to show you something. I need to show you something.
Is what the peak male athletic form looks like, and there ain't a fucking thing you can do.
Anybody tell you what you can and can't do. Fuck those people. You know, don't torment yourself because of other people's insecurities. The haters hate to see it, but this is peak male athletic form.
You might not like it, but this is what the peak male athletic form looks like, and there ain't a fucking thing you can do it.
Anyway. I'm peak athletic form. It's about time you recognized it. We've been trying to tell you that this whole time. Don't believe the skinny propaganda. Don't buy into the skinny propaganda. You want to go out there and do flips and hang from monkey bars and go do it. Go do it. Don't let anybody tell you what you can't do. By practicing the activity, your body will come more in line with the peak physical, like, in just doing the thing, in just practicing gymnastics, your body will tone itself and develop to be better at gymnastics, because that's just how bodies work. And so if somebody's like, hey, you shouldn't practice gymnastics because of what your body looks like right now, it's like, well, I haven't even started. Wait until I get into gymnastics shape. Anyway, don't give yourself an eating disorder because a hater was trying to steal your light, okay? How do I trauma dump in the best way with my therapist? You don't trauma dump. That's the best way. I'll explain later. We're really going to get into the presentation why trauma dumping is an ineffective way. It can actually be harmful to our healing in doing that, because it's kind of like a purging mentality, when what we're trying to do is just be more consistent and practice like slow, consistent changes. That's how things actually get better. But just like, it's like cleaning your house once a year versus cleaning your house every week so that you can upkeep a clean house, instead of like letting your house get messy all year and then going through one big panic clean that takes you, 3 days. Is winging it and ugly crying while trying to say what's wrong fine, or do I need to take the more logical approach I see, where I write down points I want to talk about and try to stay composed? Where I would suggest is to pick one point and see it through to its conclusion, and then work on the next point. You might not even need a whole list of things, because even that might be taking it too wide. When it comes to working on yourself, it helps to sometimes narrow in on what specifically it is that I feel like I need to change, or what it is that I'm working on. And so if you go into therapy and you're just like, well, in the 3rd grade, my goldfish died, and then in the 6th grade, my best friend moved away, and then in the 7th grade, this happened, and then if you're just gonna go off every single thing, or everything that's overwhelming you, it can be hard to find where to begin. And so I would just try to narrow it in a little bit. Don't worry, you will work through everything, but it's best to hone your focus on one thing. The positive here is that in working on that one thing, other things also get better. So if you feel anxious sometimes when you're out in public, or when you have to go to the store, or you feel like it's too hard to leave your house, work on that first. And then see what working on that does to the other areas of your life. The improvement kind of ripples out. It radiates out into other areas of your life. Save the winging it for the birds, alright? Anyway, we will talk more about healthy ways to talk about stuff and how to kind of pace yourself. We're going to do that with our presentation here later, so stick around. You'll enjoy it. Hey Papa, it's been 3 weeks since I had my furry son of 14 years put to rest. I'm sorry to hear about the loss of your beloved pet, but I must admit that I did initially interpret that sentence a completely different way. Just to be transparent, for a moment there, I did initially misread this as your 14-year-old son that was a furry. And then it clicked. I'm like, oh. Pet. Pet. Yes, okay. It's never easy to lose a beloved pet. Sometimes it hurts worse than losing a person, if I'm being honest. I just received his ashes and some of his fur back today. It's too quiet now, even though I'll hear him meowing to be let in or scratching to be let out. Well, that's because you're not done with cats yet. Or at least cats aren't done with you. So you might have some time off, but cats will find their way back into your life. The cat distribution system is undefeated. I wake up around 2 a.m., his favorite time to get in bed with me and cuddle and snooze. I'm painfully aware of his absence and my loneliness at that moment. I miss him so much. I miss my son. Just needed to share/vent. Thank you. Allow yourself to feel whatever it is that you're feeling. It hurts. Feel that hurt. Feel that hurt. That's how it heals. In time, that sting will fade, and your heart will open back up to knowing that type of love again. Because the cats aren't done with you yet. The cats aren't done with you yet. The cat distribution system remains undefeated. One of our community members here was actually recently visited by the cat distribution system. Here, I'll show you this post from the Discord. This was when there are 15. My husband and I found this sweet girl on a walking trail yesterday. She's now our daughter, Falca, 9 weeks old, and such a sweet little bean. As many of you know, we lost our beloved lab mix Max to cancer in February, so this cutie is mana from heaven to us. Tabby Mix is hella smart. Look at this little kitty. The cat distribution system remains undefeated. You never know when it's going to strike. You might be shopping for groceries, you might be out walking around, who knows? The cat will just come up to you and it'll claim you. And that's how they get you. They're gonna pull you back in. I do love how pets don't make a big deal out of dying. Humans seem to have 1,000 things to say about nothing, IMO. The way I look at it, you know, I'm keen on the idea of reincarnation, so I feel like every pet I have is an extension of the same pet. You know? It's not the same exact, but it's the same energy, just in a different form. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I know that me and Beaver, for example, we are linked outside of space and time. That's my boy across lifetimes. That's my boy across the multiverse. He's in here sleeping right now. I wonder if we could call him over. Hey, Beaver. Hey, Beaver, we're talking about cats. You want to come lay on my desk? Beaver? I think he's being lazy. Sleeping in the little nook of the cat tree, and he has his arms just like flopped out. He's snoozing. Sorry to hear about your cat, my friend. It's not easy. It's definitely... But... You know, feel that grief. Feel that hurt. It's a testament to how much that love meant to you. Now, call me crazy, but it's my opinion that not allowing yourself to feel that grief or to feel that hurt from that loss, it's almost like doing a disservice to that love. So I feel it. I let it in. I was wondering if this is a common thing. I'm currently working through my childhood trauma with my therapist, and I realized how many traumatic experiences I've forgotten. Every time I talk to her, a new memory comes back. It's crazy. Is it usual for this to happen? That's totally normal. Part of why that happens is, let's change the way that we think about our brain here for a second. Think about your brain as if it were a map. And whenever you're in a certain place on that map, it's, you know, you start to recognize the places near it. You know, it's like going back to your hometown and you're like, oh yeah, I remember that thing. You're in familiar terrain, you're in familiar territory, and so things start coming back to you. Because that's part of how memories are stored. Our brain likes to store memories next to adjacent memories. So when you go back to some place, it can help those memories to resurface. Being in that location, being around specific people, a smell, a song, you know, any number of different things. Help to reconnect you to that. Does forgetting about it help, or just hide the injury? Forgetting about it is... not the same as healing, but healing can include forgetting about it, if that makes sense. Like, there are some things that are important to like go back and understand and heal from so that we can live a more enjoyable, functional, satisfying life. But we don't need to always be dredging things up just for the sake of dredging things up. So, there's a balance to it. About trying to find that balance in your life. What you'll notice is that not every problem, not every trauma needs to be worked through in explicit detail. You know, sometimes it's okay to just knock out the big stuff and the small stuff will kind of take care of itself just as a byproduct of living. So I guess what I would suggest is when it comes to working on the traumas that you are enduring, focus on the ones that feel the most immediate, the ones that feel the most prevalent, the ones that are bothering you the most. And then see where that leaves you. Need a therapist to help you parse through the trauma first, Sag? You know, a therapist is like having a tour guide. You're out in the woods. It's like somebody who can tell you like, hey, this fungus is called this. This one's edible. This one's poisonous. This is the such and such waterfall. You know, that's the such and such bird. That's having a therapist. It's like having somebody out there in the wilderness for you, and they know what everything's called and they know their way around. But it's still your plot of land. It's still your forest. And you are free to wander in it. Just keep proper precaution. You know, don't go jumping off any high cliffs. Stay out of the bear's den. I didn't know that this was traumatic experience affecting my behavior as an adult, and most people don't, because it's relatively recent as far as therapy is concerned, the importance of understanding trauma. But we've got better at it. We're pretty good at it nowadays. Yeah, it is nice to have that understanding of like, oh, this is why I do that. Okay, this is why I feel that way. That makes sense. Helps to afford you some clarity. I'm confused. Be yourself. Don't listen to the haters. Okay, done. I'm already okay with myself. Then the haters hate, suddenly their comments hurt. But wait, why? I asked myself. It makes sense a brain that's wired to be accepted into tribes, so you don't get banished and starve to death, would give a shit about what others think. But why does it still bother me when I'm aware that's not the case anymore? Oh, okay. Well, that's like understanding that there are termites in your house. There's still the work to be done of removing the termites from your house. So you're aware of what's going on, and now you're doing the unwiring. Now you're in the process, like figuring that out is just step one. And now you actually have to apply it. Now you have to practice it. And saying I don't care to myself is a fancy way of lying to myself. Then reframe it. I do care a little bit, but I'm working on caring less. At this point I hit a wall, no clue where to go from here. Alright, then let's try this. Admit to yourself that you do care, at least a little bit, what other people think about you. Hence, why you feel the way that you do whenever things are said towards you. And so we know that that must be true. On some level, we do care what other people say. But we're working on changing that, and that's what matters. It'll take us a little while to get there. It's not an immediate switch. And so give yourself the time you need to get there, because you will get there eventually. Eventually you could not care less what other people have to say about you. I have a feeling like I have to work myself through generations of trauma because none of my family members has ever seen a therapist. It's okay to start with yours first, and once you have a good handle on yours, then you can start looking backwards. Like, get your trauma under wraps before you start thinking about your parents' traumas. But once you have a good handle on yours, it becomes easier to look back and be like, okay, so this is why my parents were the way that they were. That makes sense now. Things will start to fall into place. Things will start to make sense. I haven't heard of that channel. No, I have not. I'm glad you found your way here. Welcome in. I noticed that I'm getting some visual and haptic hallucinations. Currently in therapy, and I'm afraid to tell him because I have some friends who have been too honest with their therapist and got hospitalized in psychiatric hospital. In what way? Okay. Having a little bit of hallucination is not harmful, it's not dangerous. There's no reason to hospitalize a person for it. Normally when people get hospitalized because of something that they tell a doctor is because they say that they're going to hurt themselves or they're going to hurt somebody else. There has to be a real, tangible risk that somebody could get hurt if this person did not get hospitalized. At least that's how it is here. It might vary depending on where you live, so I can't speak to everybody's conditions, but that's the way that it is here. Like, I've had people that I've tried to get hospitalized because they were like very symptomatic, they were very detached from reality, they were very like disorganized, and it was, but no hospital would take them because they weren't at risk of harming themselves or somebody else. And so that's how it is here. I think it's triggered by my trauma response and from quitting. Oh, is this possible? It could be. It could be. What techniques can I perform to get better? Deep breathing. Try to relax yourself. Try to ground yourself. You know, if you're having like minor symptoms right now, they might fade on their own if you're able to just maintain a sense of peace and balance and comfort. Stress right now is something that you want to avoid. If these symptoms persist, though, I would definitely talk to somebody about them because it might be a relatively simple fix. You know? But right now it's hard to say, especially if you recently quit doing drugs, because that could be a contributing factor for sure. Anyway, if it continues to bother you, I would definitely talk to somebody about it. And as long as you're not presenting as like an immediate safety risk to anybody, you shouldn't be involuntarily hospitalized. Anyway, again, that's just what I know. In some places, the rules are a little different, but I feel like they aren't that much different. So I don't know. It's like, in some places, it might be a lot easier to get hospitalized. In some places, it's very hard to get hospitalized. And so it really does just depend where you live. You know, because doctors and therapists, they hear all sorts of stuff all the time, and not very many, you know, Like, if they had to hospitalize anytime somebody said that they were having that type of symptom, they would have to hospitalize a ton of people. So. Chat, are you ready? Are you ready, my little dumpers? Are we ready? We did a poll for the trauma dumping presentation, and overwhelming 83% have been both on the giving and the receiving end of a trauma dump. Just so that we're in the clear that this is something that a lot of people are doing. And it's not necessarily because we are faulty, it's just because this is kind of what we're left with, you know? So that's what we're going to be talking about today. Are you ready? So here's the thing. Let's try to talk about trauma dumping without talking about our trauma. I don't want anybody to feel like they're gonna spiral out and go down the dark rabbit hole, alright? We're gonna talk about the concept at a more, surface level. We're not really gonna be going too deep into the trauma aspect of it, more so how we respond to those feelings. I'm always pretty receptive to someone trauma dumping on me because it's coming from a place of wanting to be heard and understood, which is fine, IMO. It's kind of like if somebody's hungry and they haven't eaten, and you're like, hey, yeah, come into my house, and then they're just like, they clear out the whole fridge, they just eat everything, and you're like, well, they must have been really hungry. Ideally, they would come in, sit down, you make them a sandwich. Just start dumping bags of chips in their mouth. We're helping to satisfy a need, and you're right, it does come up from a place of wanting to feel heard and understood. But it's important to think about how this behavior forms a pattern and how it can become a cycle, and it can leave us to this point where we're like, pressure, release, pressure, release. What we want is a more consistent, steady form of release instead of it being so reactive and explosive. Alright everybody, so today we're going to be talking about trauma dumping. We're going to be talking about why it happens and how to communicate better. I hope you've been enjoying that we've been including a glossary in the presentation. Here's some of the terms that we're going to be talking about today. Ever got the notification that there was stream today? I pinged in the Discord. That's fine, you're on vacation anyway. You're on vacation. Alright. Let's get into it. I'm ready. Have you ever tried to share something painful and ended up feeling either unheard or like you said too much? You don't have to get into any details, just a quick 1, 2, 3, or a quick yes or no. Often? Okay, we find this one relatable. And this is the presentation for you, my friend. If we're having an enthusiastic affirmative to this question, this is the presentation for you. Many people struggle to find that balance, the balance between staying silent and unloading everything all at once. And so today, what we're going to do is we're going to explore why trauma dumping happens. We're going to talk about how it affects both sides of the conversation. We'll go over some healthier alternatives for emotional processing. Our goal today is to help you feel more confident and comfortable talking about hard things while also supporting others in a sustainable way. You ready? Are you ready? What is trauma dumping? Wow, you're looking into the future. Look at you. Are you predicting that? Because how did you know? The very next title. How did you know? By the way, if you want a copy of these slides, you can type !slides in the chat. You can get yourself a copy. Read along at home. Trauma dumping. For those who need a refresher, trauma dumping is a form of emotional oversharing where someone unloads a large amount of intense, unresolved experience onto another person all at once. Does that sound familiar? You ever seen that happen before? I've done this when I was younger all the time, mostly to strangers I have just met, which is dangerous in its own way because, you know, stranger danger. You don't know what that stranger's gonna do with that information. There are some people out there who are like, will see that and try to take advantage. So that's also dangerous. But part of the reason why we do it to strangers, or even just people that we aren't intimately familiar with, like a therapist or a hairdresser or a bartender, is because it's easier. It's easier to talk about your life and your problems with somebody that does not know you. My face when the therapist says, wow, that's a lot. You know, when your therapist says, wow, that's a lot, what they're really saying is, all right, so pick one. You know, you gave us a whole list of things that we could talk about or work on. Let's pick one, you know? If therapy is baking a cake, trauma dumping is listing off all of the ingredients. It's like you're gonna need eggs, flour, sugar, milk, vanilla extract. It's like, okay, but which ingredient do I need first? What do I do with that ingredient? Do I start with the flour? Do I put the flour in the bowl? What do I do with the eggs? Do I leave the shell on? My reason was, if they judge me, I don't care because I'll probably never see him again. Exactly. That's why it's easier. There's not as much emotional involvement there. The thing about trauma dumping is that it often happens without us checking whether the listener has the emotional space in order to receive what we're trying to send them. Do they have enough room on their plate? Because what could happen is this could create a conversation that feels one-sided or overwhelming. Like, what if maybe that person's got something going on in their life too. Maybe their plate's pretty full, and here you came in with your whole plate of stuff. It's so interesting to know a lot of people are doing this. It's true, and we're going to talk about why we do it here in a minute. I think it's the next slide. We'll talk about why we do this. Trauma dumping comes from a genuine desire to feel seen, to feel understood. It's about the pace and the volume, though. It's the pace and the volume that makes it difficult for real connection to form. When I say volume, I mean the amount, not the loudness. Now, when it comes to healthy emotional expression, what we're looking for is a gradual unfoldment. We want there to be mutual engagement. We want there to be room for both people to breathe. Thing my therapist has taught me is that empathy is not about taking all the load someone gives to you. Exactly. That's not what empathy is. That is you making yourself accountable for other people's life. You're taking that burden onto yourself. Empathy is all about understanding. It's about understanding where someone is coming from. It's about putting yourself in their position. It's not the same thing as shouldering their burdens. It's such American individualism. Individualism has us pretty screwed up, I will admit. Individualism is kind of antithetical to human nature, so it's kind of wild that it's so popular. We need more empathy, not less. Did I say we need less empathy? I'm confused. Or are you just making a statement? I just want to make sure that you didn't get the impression that I was calling for less empathy. It doesn't sound like something that I would advocate for. That being said, do we have a good understanding of what trauma dumping is? Anybody have any questions about it? Pretty easy to understand. A lot of people have experienced it. A lot of people have seen it happen firsthand. Part of collectivism is also knowing that one person can't be your entire support pillar. True. You don't want to slide into codependency. Like, we might mistake codependency for just having a high amount of empathy for a person. So that's why it's important to have good boundaries. Anyway. let's talk about how trauma dumping shows up in everyday life. Here are some real life examples, and maybe you've encountered some. Have you ever seen a friend suddenly recount years of trauma in a moment that wasn't meant to be heavy? Like, wow, okay, that was a lot, Dale, but it's also your turn. We're trying to board game night. Or maybe when somebody drops some intense personal details during a light or casual conversation. It's like, oh, okay. An abrupt change in the tone. It also comes in the form of sharing private struggles with acquaintances who don't know how to respond. Because the thing about handling trauma is that it's not easy. And when there's too much of it, and it's like, okay, well, where do we even get started? Not everybody is equipped to help handle with trauma. Most people have a lot on their own plate already. So we don't want to overload people who are also not equipped to handle the load that we're trying to put on them in the first place. I think trauma dumping can come from a place of misunderstanding social situations. I think it's common for neurodivergent people to trauma dump. That's a good point. Someone trauma dumps, it's a sign of desperation. Shouldn't we meet that with understanding and empathy, not defensiveness? Definitely. Definitely. Don't worry, we're going to go over some healthier alternatives. We're going to talk about some different ways that we can engage with people in a way that leaves everybody feeling better. I am not load bearing. There you go. No loads on me. You might also see people posting some heavy emotional content online in spaces that are meant for casual connection. People try to find those outlets. What you're seeing here with all of these different examples is that people will find those outlets to relieve that pressure. A lot of people are carrying pressure. A lot of people have stuff that they're going through. A lot of people have stuff on their plate. Why do we do it? Why do we do what we do? Let's get into it. First up, there is that temporary emotional relief that we get when we let everything spill out. It can feel cathartic in that moment. It can feel like we've released a lot of pressure that's been building up. It provides the sensation of relief. It feels like it's helping, but it's just a temporary fix. It sounds stressful. Go do what you gotta do to handle it. Take care of your dog. It's okay. It's over now. That's good. Okay. No, we wouldn't be trauma dumping during the trauma dumping presentation, would we? Just joking. Let's get back to it. Part of the reason why we feel like we have to trauma dump on people is because historically we might have been dismissed or turned away or not been able to disclose things with people, and so there's this pressure to, well, you know, I gotta get it all out now because I might not have another chance. Think I should teach psychology? That's what we're doing right now, my friend. Except I'm doing it on Twitch for some crazy reason. Loneliness and isolation also play a factor in why we trauma dump. If support has been scarce, any moment of openness can turn into an outpouring. Would be a lack of emotional modeling. Maybe we didn't have any good examples growing up for how to pace vulnerability, how to ask for consent, or how to express what we need. Maybe our caregivers or parents were emotionally immature themselves, and so we didn't have a good role model that could show us how to sit down, talk about stuff, pace ourselves, so that we don't get stuck in this cycle of building up pressure and then releasing all the pressure at once. It can also be caused by a difficulty with regulating our emotions. When feelings start to escalate quickly, we might impulsively share things without realizing the impact on the listener. We might just go there without realizing the context, like, oh, you know what, maybe that's something we could talk about later. Only sharing too much or too little. There's nothing in between, so I just came into the right topic today. We want to try to find that balance. There's all sorts of reasons why we do it, and you know, we're not even getting into we've been really heavy on like the systemic issues lately, and we're not even gonna really go there today. Like, don't even get me started on how the system that we live in is the cause of a lot of these feelings, the cause of a lot of these concerns and worries. I'm not gonna go there today, but you know how I feel. You know how I feel about it. Anyway, let's continue. Is trauma dumping different for people with ADHD? Not necessarily. not necessarily. Let's talk about the hidden costs of trauma dumping. We do it because it creates this short-lived relief. It creates this like temporary relief from the pressure that we've been feeling. But the deeper underlying emotional patterns stay unprocessed. And so it reinforces this cycle of pressure builds, and then there's a massive pressure release, and then pressure builds, and then there's a massive pressure release. What we want to do is get better at managing that flow so that things don't... Think about it like breathing. You don't want to be like... You don't want there to be just this rapid pressure fluctuation. You want it to be more gradual, more peaceful, more balanced. You don't want to be gasping. When we dump everything out at once, this reinforces a sense of chaos. Because whenever we talk about stuff, we talk about all the stuff. And so it makes healing feel even further out of reach. Because anytime I talk about something, I need to talk about all of the things that I've been going through. Or I focus on too many things. My scope is too broad. And so it makes things feel chaotic, it makes things feel hopeless, and it makes it feel like healing is more difficult. I love trauma dumping with my dog. He just listens and then tries to give me kisses. That's why dogs are the real MVP. Shout out to dogs for being on the receiving end of our trauma dumping for thousands of years. If trauma dumping is the one extreme, what would you call the other extreme in not saying a word to anyone about the experienced trauma? We could call that isolation, we could call that stonewalling, we could call that icing people out. There's a few different ways that it can manifest. This emotional detachment is kind of what you're looking at. The thing is that pressure finds its way out. Even if you don't talk about it, that pressure will still seep through the cracks. And so you need there to be a steady, controlled pressure release so that it's not so disruptive to your life, so that things are able to be more stable and balanced. Trauma dumping can also sometimes create this feeling of shame after doing it. You're like, oh my god, there I go trauma dumping again. They didn't want to hear all that stuff. They were just trying to have fun at the party and I told them all that stuff. So it can create feelings of shame, which can then lead into withdrawal. You start to isolate, you start to withdraw from social interactions, which then just contributes to more of a pressure buildup and another emotional outburst. The thing about trauma dumping is that it can unintentionally push people away, which in turn leads to more feelings of abandonment or rejection. In short, trauma dumping can do the opposite of what you're trying to do with it. You're trying to do it so that you can feel better, but it can oftentimes just end up making you feel worse. The person on the receiving end, the listener, they might feel overwhelmed. They might feel responsible for your well-being. They might feel like, oh no, this is a lot. Like, what are we going to do about this? Like, they might feel overwhelmed by it. They might feel unsure how to respond. over time, our relationships with people can become defined by these crisis moments instead of balanced mutual connection. Now, let's be honest. Does anybody know anybody like this? Does anybody ever had a friend like this where every time they're going through something, it's like, oh, here we go again. One battle after another. And that friend have had them. Oh yeah, brother. We've all been there. I have this all the time, like, why the fuck did you tell them this? Or what I was experiencing is that I talk to someone and tell them about my trauma, and then thinking that I'm overreacting, like it wasn't that bad, but it totally was this bad. What have I been through? Yeah, and the thing about trauma dumping is that the stuff that you want to talk about is important to talk about. It's just about doing it in the right way. We understand that it feels compelling to just get it all out. We want to just get it all out, get it all over with. And it can feel helpful because it can give us a temporary relief, but it's not doing much to help us heal in the long run. Lastly, whenever we have heavy conversations without pacing them, we might accidentally trigger somebody else's unresolved wounds. Even if we don't intend of causing any harm, you know, you talking about something with the other person, they might not be in the right mindset to talk about that thing, and then you might inadvertently upset them as a result. Atticus, you need to go outside? I need to let the dog out real quick. I'll be right back. Go let the dog out. Alright, I'm back. Had to let the dog outside. Sometimes find myself talking 40 minutes straight without pause to my therapist. You know, just something that I'd like to put out there. for anybody who's done therapy, your therapist might not need to know every single thing or every single detail. We sometimes we feel like I need to tell them everything. If I don't tell them everything, they won't be able to help me. But that's not true. Therapists are normally pretty good at reading between the lines and seeing the patterns and understanding what's going on, so they might not need every bit of detail. So if you ever feel exhausted by just going over every little thing, if you find that to be helpful, that's fine. But it might not be necessary all the time. Let's continue. Let's talk about how we can share in our emotions in a healthy way. Now, this is going for examples of trauma dumping where we're doing it with like a friend or an acquaintance, somebody we know, somebody we're just talking to, not necessarily like a professional context, all right? It's good to begin with a check-in. Like, hey, is it okay if we talk about something heavy? Like, give them a moment, like give them an opportunity to brace themselves. You know, if I'm gonna hand you a bowling ball, before I hand it to you, I want to let you know, like, hey, this is heavy. I'm not just gonna hand it to you because you're gonna drop it. You know what I mean? So if you're gonna hand somebody something heavy, give them a fair heads up first. Is there the possibility to ask questions anonymously in every stream? That's what we do. We do it every stream. We've been here for 6,620 something questions now. It's a lot of questions. Anyway, do you see why it's important to check in, especially if this is like a friend? It could be a friend in real life. It could be a friend that you just talked to online. It's good to just make sure that right now is a good time to talk about something heavy. We want to make sure that they have room for it. We want to make sure that they're not emotionally drained right now, you know? The question's not answered will be answered the next stream, or how does this work? I normally try to answer all the questions. And sometimes a question will come in late and we'll do it next time, but normally I get through all of them. So if you ask a question during the presentation, I get to it after the presentation. So we do questions normally before and after. Sometimes we just do questions. Another important thing to consider when we're talking to somebody about heavy stuff is we want to offer context before seeking depth. We want to take small steps instead of jumping straight into the darkest details. Just for an example, if you're going to talk about something specific that happened to you, a specific detail about that thing, consider talking about it in broader terms first, and then narrowing in. It can give people time to acclimate, you know? Talk about how, sometimes parents can be stressful, sometimes parents can be hurtful. Talk about that, and then work your way into talking about whatever it is specifically that you were thinking about talking about within that context. Don't just dive right into, you know what I mean? Because it's the person that you're talking to is gonna feel like, whoa, okay, where did that's? They're just not gonna know how to receive it. So it's all about giving people time to acclimate and working up to whatever it is we're wanting to talk about. We're sharing emotion in layers, and this allows the listener to ask clarifying questions or offer support gradually. It's also helpful if you can name what it is that you hope to get from the conversation. Are you looking for comfort? Are you looking for understanding? Are you looking for advice? Or are you simply looking for presence? I just want to feel heard. You know, I just want somebody to be there and to show me that they care. How long do I stream normally? About 4 or 5 hours. Oh, you know, about 6, 7 hours. No, about 4 or 5 hours. About 4 or 5 hours. Probably be live until about 5. Probably another hour and a half. Depends. We'll see. We want to be aware of our own emotional intensity, and if necessary, we want to take a moment to breathe, to ground ourselves, or to slow down. Because when we start getting into these emotional topics, things can start moving quickly, and things can start to get out of control, and things can feel overwhelming, and so it's important to just, when you catch yourself getting carried away, find your center. Now, this is work that we want to do from a balanced place. So if you feel yourself going out of balance, find your balance first before you get back to it. What we're talking about here is the idea of healthy vulnerability. Healthy vulnerability. I can come to you for support, but I also can understand that you are a person, you have limitations, and I shouldn't just dump things on you without thinking about how it affects you too. But there's a way that we can work together. There's a way that a way that we can do this, but it's going to require boundaries on both sides. We can seek support while avoiding overwhelming one another. It's okay to allow conversations to unfold across time rather than pouring everything into one moment. You see this happen a lot, especially in a therapeutic context. I've had a lot of people ask me, what should I do on that first session of therapy? Should I just tell the therapist everything that's wrong with me? Should I just tell them my entire life story? Like, no, not necessarily. Just talk to them. Just tell them what's on your mind. Tell them what's been bothering you lately. Just allow things to unfold. Don't force it. Boundaries are difficult for me. I set boundaries and the other person doesn't care, and I don't know what to do when they don't respect what I've said. If we allow other people to disrespect our boundaries, that is us disrespecting our boundaries. If other people don't respect our boundaries, we have to respect our boundaries. And so if you're somebody who's not respecting my boundary, I'm going to have to enforce that boundary by not hanging out with you as much, or by not trusting you with certain information, or by not talking to you about certain topics. You know, if you're dealing with somebody who doesn't respect your boundaries, you have to be the one to respect your boundary, because they're not going to do it for you. You have to be the one to enforce your own boundaries. People are always going to want to test you. People are always going to want to test you and see where the holes in the fence are. Let's continue. Let's talk about how we can offer healthy support to others. As we showed here at the beginning, when we had a little poll here, most of us have been on both the giving and the receiving end of trauma dumping. And so let's reverse it. We've talked about how we can, be on the sharing side in a healthier way. Let's reverse it and let's talk about how we can offer healthy support to others. First up, set boundaries with warmth. Set it with kindness. We want to encourage this other person that we can have ongoing conversations instead of marathon sessions. I just want you to know I care a lot about you and I want to be present. But right now, I just don't have the capacity. Would it be okay if we talked later? What you'll notice is that for some people, no, we can't talk later. We need to talk right now. I can't believe that I thought you were my friend. I thought I could tell you anything. I thought you would always be there for me. And that's not them respecting your boundary. They're going to make you feel like it's your fault for putting up your boundary when your boundary is necessary, because your boundary is how you survive. Your boundary is how you maintain your energy and you don't get burnt out. If you want to be there for somebody, but it's just not really a good time, it's okay to let them know in a kind way. Like, hey, I don't mind talking to you, but I'm just not in a good place myself right now. Would it be okay if we talked later? Offer to reschedule. You're not shutting them down completely, because there's a big difference between shutting somebody down completely and scheduling for later. If you schedule for later, they'll more likely take it better. But if you just tell them, like, I can't do that right now. I've already got too much going on in my life. I can't talk about that right now. That's you kind of just ending the conversation. And they're gonna feel rejected. It's also helpful to gently guide the pacing. This helps others to identify what it is that they actually need, rather than trying to absorb everything by default. So let's slow down a bit. Which part feels most important to talk about first? I've seen in neurodivergent spaces the common example of responding to someone's trauma dumping by talking about a personal anecdote so that the person trauma dumping doesn't feel alone, but it can be perceived as narcissism and making it about themselves. Yeah, it can. You can understand why a person would feel that way, in both regards. Like, if somebody comes to you and they're like, oh my God, I had this terrible thing happen to me, and then you're like, oh my God, I've also had that same terrible thing happen to me. That's you trying to show them that you can relate to them, but let me just remind you, that's not necessary. You don't need to show them that you relate to them right now in this moment, because they're already coming to you talking about this. They already associate you as somebody that they can relate to. That's why they're bringing this information to you in the first place. So just be there for them. Just be supportive to them. They already want to open up to you. They already have some level of trust for you. You don't have to prove your credentials. and say, "Oh my God, you have trauma? I have the same trauma." That's just gonna make them feel like you're redirecting the conversation away from their trauma and onto your trauma, which isn't what you're intending to do. You're trying to show them that I get you, I've been there. But there are different ways to show that. We don't have to be so explicit. We can show them or tell them that we've been there or that we've experienced something similar by showing them support, by offering them compassion, rather than hauling details about our own life. Beaver? Hey, buddy. Oh, he nuzzled the microphone. You probably heard that one. Also makes me want to share my personal stories with anyone. Yeah, I don't know who needs to hear that, but we've all been there. We've all done it, okay? It's a thing that we normally associate with neurodivergence, but I feel like many people have done it, not even realizing what it is that they're doing. When somebody comes to you talking about something that's going on in their life, that's what they want to talk about. They're coming to you to talk about it. You don't have to prove your credentials. You don't have to show them that you know what you're talking about. You can just be there for them and offer them support and just allow them to talk. Ask them questions. When you are the type of person that supports other people, it's really important to continuously check in with yourself. Pay attention to those feelings of tension, emotional fatigue, overstimulation. Know when it's time to take a break. Know when it's time to step away. You don't have to push yourself to the point of burnout and exhaustion, because that's not helping anybody. You need to be in a good place so that you can provide the best help. By doing this, we're also helping to model steady, grounded communication. We're able to model, handling these behaviors well. Also provides people with this opportunity to feel safe while taking things slowly. Also, recognize when a situation might require professional support and offer that suggestion respectfully. Let's say that you're talking to a friend and they've been talking about stuff they've been going through, and then they just hit you with something and you're like, ooh, I have no idea how to respond to that. I have no idea what to say. How do you suggest to someone in a respectful way to talk to someone in a professional context about something that they've been through? A simple way to do it would be to say something like, "That sounds like a lot. Have you ever talked to anybody about that?" Because they'll get what you mean. You don't have to say, "Have you talked to a therapist? Have you talked to a counselor?" Whatever you say, "Have you talked to somebody about it?" Like, most people will know what you mean. Or asking them, like, "Have you thought about talking to a professional? Have you thought about talking to an expert? It's all about being non-judgmental. It's about showing them, you know, if you can even provide like an anecdote from your life, like even better. Just be like, you know what? You know, I was dealing with something and I found it to be really helpful to talk to somebody about it. Then they say, yes, I've been talking to ChatGPT, and then I don't know what to do after that. Hey, Beaver, these are turkey stuffing flavored potato chips. You want to try one? I always hate myself for trauma dumping. I feel so guilty and selfish after. I don't always have the self-control not to. Self-control, you're building it. Can't expect yourself to always have it all the time. And you're describing exactly what it was we were talking about earlier. How it creates a cycle and how it ends up hurting us. Beaver, you want to try a chip? It's turkey stuffing flavor. Do you want to try it? Just a little taste. Is there onion or garlic powder in those? Both. There's onion and garlic powder in these. Which is why they're so good. So, well, just start by eating just one single chip and see what that does. And then if that's okay, you get the all clear 8 hours later, you know, eat 2 chips and see what that does. Slowly build up the potato chip tolerance. Microdosing potato chips. It's hard to stop at 1. I know. It's hard for me to stop at 12. Got some questions. Time for some discussion. Speaking of microdosing, Maryland is moving towards legalizing psychedelics. It's about damn time. It's, when you think about it, it's kind of crazy that a plant can be illegal or a mushroom can be illegal. Like, what the fuck is that all about? A cactus can be illegal? Like, what the fuck? Like, am I crazy? But like, what? Like, something that grows naturally on the earth and it's illegal? Or how about something that you naturally produce inside of your body? There is a chemical that is produced inside of your body. It's called dimethyltryptamine. That's also illegal to own. So technically you're carrying around drugs right now. If you ask me, this just kind of showcases how silly some of these laws are. They've been that way since 1970. You have good old Richard Nixon to thank for that. All right. We've got some discussion questions, so let's talk about it a little bit. Right. I do need to refresh my chat on the screen. Beaver, did you do something? Did you do this, Beaver? Fixed itself. It didn't have to do a thing. The thought police breaking into my dreams to stop my DMT production. If they could, they would. Anyway, enough about psychedelic drugs. Trying to get me off topic. Discussion question. What makes trauma dumping feel so tempting or necessary in certain moments? We've talked about some of the reasons, but, you know, which of those would you say resonates with you? You know, I think part of it is just once you get started, it's hard to stop. Kind of like eating potato chips. Sometimes we feel starved for it, and so we indulge. You know, it's like you've been in the desert and you're parched for water, and then you drink a whole gallon and you make yourself sick. Part of the presentation, but I fear when people ask me basic questions, I find myself accidentally trauma dumping. I don't mean to, I just don't know how to answer their questions without honesty of trauma dumping. Can you give me an example? Like, hey, what's your favorite kind of cereal? It's like, you know, back when I was 5 years old, my parents punished me for eating a whole box of cereal, and then they made me eat nothing but cereal for an entire week. It was very traumatic. Where are you from? Well, I moved every year for multiple years. I'm not sure where I'm from. What feels like home to you? Whenever you dream of being at home, where are you? Where does your heart reside? Oh, you could say, well, I've moved around a lot, but such and such was probably my favorite place to be. I really enjoyed living in this place. Such and such is where I grew up. What's going on here is the person is looking for details about you. They're looking for information about you so that they can get to know you. And we're giving them a bit too much to work with in response. I think it's also wanting to be seen or understood. Exactly. That's just another thing that we're starved for. You know, when I think about why we trauma dump, it all comes down to just we're starved for it. You know, we feel like we're all overwhelmed, we're all overloaded, and then when we're in a situation where we can finally offload some of that pressure, it's hard not to just, you know, let it all out, brother. There has to be a way to discuss trauma without transferring a burden onto the other person. Yeah, we talked about it in these two slides. Feel free to grab a copy of the slides if you missed any of the presentation, because we did talk about how we can be better supports to one another while also respecting each other's boundaries, because that's what it's all about. Because everybody lives with a little bit of trauma. Everybody has stuff that they would like to talk about. Everybody has things that they could use some guidance on. And we should do our best to be there for each other in a more balanced and sustainable way. Australian and my start time is 6 a.m. Oh my god, the only place in the world where you would catch me awake at 6 a.m. You know what that means? We've gone global. Love the Aussies. Shout out to the Australians. Alright, another question for you. When you have experienced healthy emotional conversations, what was it about them that made them work well? I'm a globalist. It's true. It's true. You're gonna see me saying good day, mate, with the Aussies. Quick side note, the Australian accent is, in my opinion, the funniest accent to say fuck me in. Like if something happens to you, you're like, oh, fuck me! Fuck me! Oh no, fuck me! Come here, you cat! Oh, fuck me! Anyway, before we got distracted, think about healthy emotional conversations. What was it that made them work well? Did they listen without judgment? Did they allow you to share without redirecting the conversation onto other things or talking about themselves? What was it that made them work well? And what boundaries help you to feel safe while still staying connected to others? Now, just speaking to this one from a personal note, it's like, I want to be connected to others. I want to be helping people. I want to be a good support. but I also need to make sure that I take good care of myself. So I leave it to stream, you know, during the streaming hours, I'm dialed in, this is what I'm focused on, but when I'm not streaming, I'm able to leave it. So that's just an example of a boundary that I have that allows me to be helpful and stay connected, but also take good care of myself. And it's helpful when people in the conversation take care of each other but don't become caretakers. Well said. We want to take good care of each other, but we don't want to become caretakers. What does that make you think of? Codependent relationships. That's what a codependent relationship is when we are one another's caretaker. I can't emotionally function without you, you can't emotionally function without me. We are intertangled, we are codependent. This is too meta for my tiny brain. I can hear your brain growing from here. Don't ask, I have very good hearing. It sounds like a bowl of Rice Krispies. Snap, crackle, pop. That's what I'm currently recovering from. A codependent relationship. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. People find themselves in these codependent relationships where they become each other's caregivers, especially if they're trauma bonded. If people find themselves in a trauma bonded relationship, it can lead into codependency. High frequency. Codependence, no. Interdependence, yes. Yes. In a relationship, you should be able to depend on one another. That is true. That's interdependence. But what we want to avoid is codependence. Now, like, codependent relationships are actually functional, just filling a need. Codependent relationships aren't very healthy, but they can be very long-lasting. I've seen people exist in codependent relationships for their entire life. A great example would be a therapy client I had who was in their 30s, and they had lived with their parent for their entire life, and their parent passed away. And so they were incredibly codependent, and now this person is dealing with the loss of their codependent parent, and we got to do a lot of really cool work. We got to, help them, come into themselves. They had to, get rid of a bunch of old stuff that the parent had in the house, and so they were able to, start reorganizing things the way that they wanted, go out and hang out with their friends, go out and start dating, and all sorts of exciting stuff. And this happened in their 30s, so, it's never too late to start living your life. Starting with, you are one of several friends helping me through this. Instead of save me, you are my only hope. That is a good example of having a good boundary. If you do need help from people, diversify. Too often we can kind of fall into that trap of only having one person that we will emotionally disclose everything to. That's our person, But it's okay to talk to different people about different stuff. share the load. Thankfully, we're physically separated now. That can make a world of difference. Physical proximity to somebody makes it very hard to break away from a codependent relationship. And the thing about a codependent relationship is that it's not even necessary that the relationship end. It's not like you have to, it's not like it's an abusive relationship. It could be. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying to be codependent isn't inherently abusive, but it's something that you can work on. It's something that you can both work on together, and you can work to have a healthier relationship with this person without the codependent attachment. How can we normalize slower, more intentional emotional sharing in our communities? I think one of the best ways to normalize this is to model it and to lead by example. I think this is one of those things where it's about, being the change that you want to see. Anyway, it's a big question. How do we normalize something like that? Because I feel like in the long run, it would be a benefit to us. We could be much better supports to one another. But everything feels so pressured, everything feels so rushed, everything feels so urgent. I'm attending a vigil tonight, maybe something like that can help. I think that's a good idea. Because intentional emotional sharing does exist. Maybe we just need to branch out more and just find places where it's the norm rather than the exception. One more question for you. What practices help you to regulate your emotions either before, during, or after a vulnerable conversation? The big one, remember to breathe. Recognizing when people are starting to get overwhelmed, know when to take a break. Having a vulnerable conversation, that is something that is heavy but also fragile, and so we need to be especially careful when handling it. So don't rush. Use proper precaution and wear proper protection. We need to prioritize things our society doesn't. I agree, 100%. 100%. The more I think about it, the more I realize that the society that we live in really does make us sick, and it doesn't offer us very many meaningful solutions to feel healthy. And so it's going to be up to us to help us. But don't worry, we're getting pretty good at it. We've got what it takes. A lot of modern psych and cultures blame the victim. Yep. And a lot of people are made to internalize their own illness. If you're depressed, it's because your brain is broken. You have a bad brain. Your brain doesn't make enough of the feel-good juice. That's why you're depressed. It's not because, you live in a society that doesn't pay you appropriately, where you could lose everything if you got sick, It's not because of everything around you being hopeless and full of despair. And it's like, no, it's your fault, actually. You got a bad brain. I'm just so over the burden of individual responsibility for our mental illness. I'm over it. The capitalistic system is not designed to serve human needs. Because what do we end up getting? We get expensive, inaccessible, or just, band-aids for treatment. Just wait till the bubble pops. It's going to be crazy. I know we're going to be coming together in our community, and we're going to be hanging out, and it's gonna be great. I've already got started. My neighbors come over just about every day. We've become the cool house where people congregate, so. Anyway, let's wrap this present. Proper connection thrives on safety, pacing, and mutual care. We don't have to unload everything at once for our feelings to matter. Connection is built over time, not through intensity. I feel like sometimes we lose sight of that. Sometimes we feel like we have a deep, powerful connection with somebody because we've either talked about or been through something that was really intense. We kind of get wired to just exist in this intense way. We expect chaos, we expect intensity. Where'd I go to ask a question? There should be a link pinned in the chat there where you can type !Q. We share intentionally by checking in with one another, taking time to slow down, inviting the other person into the experience. We create conversations that heal instead of overwhelm. And that's what our goal is. Trauma dumping too often is overwhelming. Even though it grants relief, it doesn't offer genuine healing, and that's what we're looking for. Healthy emotional communication gives you that space to be understood, while giving others the room to show up with empathy instead of exhaustion. we approach our pain with more gentleness, timing, we build stronger relationships and a stronger sense of inner stability. All right, we did it. We got through it. We got through it. That was a close one. That was a close one. We did it, Beaver. We got through it. This has been trauma dumping, why it happens, and how to communicate better. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? What is a good way to shut down a person who is trauma dumping? I'll pull it back up. It's not about shutting them down, it's about letting them know that there's a boundary. We want to let them know that there's a boundary. Like, hey, I hear you. Now's just really not a good time for me. I've got a lot that I'm going through. Would it be okay if we talked later? Now, only say that if you actually do want to talk to them later. Don't tell them, let's talk later, if you don't mean it. But if you really just are not able to, or this just isn't the right time, or, you know, this just isn't in your wheelhouse, just try to let them down gently. You know, this person is hurting and they're coming to you because they're looking for relief. We don't need to hurt them by turning them away, but we don't have to exhaust ourselves if we're not going to be able to offer them meaningful help. Unrelated question using that form. Oh, that's fine. You can ask any type of question in here. We're at 6633. We're getting there. Could I just give them a hug? That works too. But I would ask them first if they would like a hug. Would you like a hug? I've also let them know I was struggling to stay present with them. I don't know if that was mean, but it was true. It doesn't sound inherently mean to me. It sounds like you were just recognizing, like, hey, I'm not able to be there for you right now, and it's not because I don't want to be. Like, there are far meaner things you could say to somebody. Why are you bothering me with this? What, here you go complaining again. Why are you always making this my problem? There are so many meaner things that you could say to somebody. You know, letting them know, like, hey, now's just not a good time. I'm really going through it. That's okay. That's you setting a healthy boundary. I watched the Elon Jordan Peterson interview, genuinely funny AF. Oh my god, that was a slog to get through. Like, the way that I saw it was like, I have never heard people say so many words while saying so few things. Those men were both just like talking out of their asses and nothing was actually being said. It was insanity. Such a bizarre interview. Also, praying for Jordan Peterson. Praying for Jordan Peterson. Praying for Jordan Peterson because his body is decaying because he's been just eating nothing but meat. His body is rebelling against him. How is Jordan Peterson doing, by the way? Let's find an update. Can we get an update on Jordan Peterson? We've got Jordan Peterson near death after he was hospitalized. Oh my god, this website, terrible. So you get from the New York Post. Terrible website. Terrible, terrible news outlet. But apparently they're the only ones talking about Jordan Peterson. Surprise, surprise. Jordan Peterson near death after he was hospitalized with pneumonia and sepsis. This was back in October. So I wonder how he's doing now. If we look back, like this story, if we want to unravel this story a little bit, if we look here, back in August, Jordan announced that he was taking time off from everything after being exposed to a particularly moldy environment. Did the mold make him transphobic? What is it about mold that makes people transphobic? It happened to Jordan Peterson, it happened to J.K. Rowling. Was it the mold, or were they always terrible? It's hard to say. Mold is potent stuff. I know, mold's no joke. Maybe he should try his friends and family supplements that claim to cure everything. Has he been taking his, that silver supplement that people take? Has he been, doing the ivermectin? Clean your wound. Don't worry, if anything happens to Jordan Peterson, I'll be there to take over. I'll become the new face of right-wing psychology. I'll step right in, I'll start wearing crazy Batman villain suits, and I'll start talking like a Canadian Kermit the Frog.
Greetings and welcome to the Brain Domain. I am your host, and today we will be talking about an important topic. We will be talking about the phenomenon that is witnessed within society. It permeates from all parameters. Trauma dumping.
Jordan Peterson voice has a point redemption. We could do that. You'd probably end up coordinating it so that I had to do the Jordan Peterson voice for the entire stream. His speech pattern is hard, good job, hard to find all the extra words to insert everywhere.
You see, what's actually going on here is that while I am speaking with such a cadence, It's actually a diversion tactic. I am buying myself time by conflating my speech with an abundance of exuberance. Like, Jordan Peterson loves to fluff up his own speech and sound really smart by using big words. These dogs. Jordan Peterson is what a dumb person thinks a smart person sounds like. It's like, wow, he uses such big words. He sounds so fancy. But anybody who actually knows anything is like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's very clear to anybody with an actual brain that you're just trying to sound smart. Whereas some of us would argue that it is a greater sign of intelligence to be able to take complex ideas and distill them down into something that everybody can understand, instead of gatekeeping knowledge under this guise of a thick thesaurus. Yep, this is the kind of shit that Jordan Peterson's into. His daughter runs this, I think. His daughter runs this thing. It's the Lion Diet. They have recipes. It's all air-fried meat. It's all just air-fried chunks of meat. These are the recipes. This is what you eat. You also rub the fat into your skin. So when you're eating like this, it's like, I don't know, maybe your body just was lacking some essential nutrients to be able to fight off that mold, JP. I don't know, man. Fried steak. My apartment bathroom had black mold for years. Landlords didn't do shit. I'm not a TERF yet. So it wasn't the mold. Okay, I'm glad to got confirmation that the mold might have had nothing to do with it. That he might have just been a terrible person due to other reasons. This is, yeah, Michaela Peterson. It's Jordan Peterson's daughter. She just talks about how she was all fucked up on pills and stuff, and then started just eating meat, and that was apparently the cure, was to just start eating a bunch of meat. Anyway.
you just wonder about the mold. You wonder about the mold, right? These are the first people I would suspect of also doing a little bit of cannibalism as a treat. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Jordan Peterson, he seems like the type to, you know, say that, you know, in the animal kingdom, there are predators and there are prey animals, and as you'll notice, we have our eyes at the front of our head, which indicates that we are predatory animals. We like to draw focus onto our prey so that we can hunt them from a distance. Our eyes are not located on the sides of our head. Just this, like, aspect of humanity that's just like, I am a hunter, I'm a predator, I need to be all jacked up on testosterone and just eat meat all day, and it's like... Alright, we've got some questions in the box. Let's take a look. Let's go ahead and switch back into work mode. Enough of Jordy Peterman. Best friend is currently experiencing a crush on someone. In my brain, it just doesn't seem like the most realistic pairing, so maybe I'm not the most enthusiastic or playful about it, but I listen to her when she's gushing about him and I remain pretty neutral. Sounds fair to me. You're not kind of like amping this up, you're just kind of like, okay, let's see where this goes. More recently, the standard convo about him popped up, and then she was upset with me for not responding in a more excited way. Well, it's because you're not more excited, that's the problem. If I was more excited, I would show more excitement, but the problem is I'm not more excited, so... Anyway. Your friend was frustrated because they're excited about this crush and you're not really excited about it. Okay. And she was hoping that you would play along because she indulges me in my crushes no matter how realistic it is or not. I apologized that I couldn't give her the response she wanted and said that I just didn't want to talk about her crush anymore, and I don't think I can be the friend to talk to about that with, but I was happy to talk about anything else. She obliged and said she appreciated the honesty, and we went on with our day. That's a good example of setting a boundary. You know what? Maybe I'm just not the person to talk to about that, and that's okay. That's fine. Doesn't mean you can't still be friends, doesn't mean you can't still hang out. You're just not the person to talk to about crush stuff because that's just not really your thing. That's okay. In thinking back on it, I feel annoyed. The expectation of I do X thing for you, so you should do X thing for me in the exact way I do feels icky. Is it selfish? Is it a little self-focused? Yes. I don't know if there was any like negative intention there. You know, you would be a better judge of that because you know this person, but I don't know. I wouldn't jump to assuming ill intent because it's not unusual to expect reciprocity in a friendship. And if anything, you know, you guys talking about this was an opportunity for you to understand one another better. So, you know, having this disagreement and being able to talk about it helps you to understand the other person better and hopefully be better friends to each other. I'm not a clone of my friend. Ideally, they should accept that I'm not going to do everything the way they want to or just as they do. I'm my own person. I'm just naturally not the most enthusiastic person. I'm more low-key and chill, so it confuses me that they're expecting different behavior. I think they were just looking for validation. If they're excited about something, they want to see that you're excited about it too, so that they don't feel silly for being excited. You know, I think they were just looking for emotional confirmation. Which is what we do with friends. Makes me feel not seen or underappreciated. I should communicate this to them, but honestly, right now in this moment, I feel exhausted from trying to skillfully navigate relationships and people's needs and wants. Honestly, I feel like you did fine already by just being open and honest, and you can just, like, I feel like that's a good place to leave it for now. You know, I don't read this as they were intentionally trying to make you feel unseen or underappreciated. I feel like they were just trying to have someone to share in their excitement with, and they felt how they felt when they weren't able to get that from you. But you were able to talk about it, you were able to move past it, and so that's okay. I don't think anybody was setting out to hurt anybody else, and I'm glad you guys were able to talk about it, but I feel like we don't need to assume that anybody was, you know, doing anything to try to make us feel unseen, underappreciated, and validated. Anyway, good job setting the boundary. Good job setting the boundary. And I feel like if we're able to move past this, then let's move past it. Because what I wouldn't want to see is you feeling hurt by this and then going to them and being like, I feel like you don't see me. I feel like you don't appreciate me. They're gonna probably respond in the same way. They're gonna be like, well, whenever I wanted to talk to you about my crush, you weren't excited, so, you know, they're just gonna point it back at you as well, and I don't think that's gonna really go anywhere. So I think if we're able to just leave things as they are now and move forward, that's probably the best play. They can find somebody new to talk about their crush with. Okay. We've got a question in the box, but this one's got some pretty sensitive subject material in it, so I'm not going to show this one on the stream. But I am going to talk about it, and I might have to kind of I might have to kind of summarize some of the details here because we have to operate within the Twitch terms of service. But I'll do my best to make sure that we're well represented here. Let me read through it real quick and kind of... Okay. I'm gonna try to go over this question in a way that will not be triggering to anybody who's listening or watching right now, because it is sensitive subject matter. The question that we're dealing with here is someone who was regularly assaulted sexually, and it has influenced their current behaviors, and they find themselves asking their partners to do the same things to them that were done to them when they were being abused. A common reason why people do this is to reclaim power over their own sexuality. A lot of people will take the things that were traumatic to them and then turn them into something that they have control over, they have power over. I can do this willingly, I can do this by choice. And so, for many, that's the underlying root cause, is it's just a way of regaining a sense of ownership and autonomy and agency, which might have been stripped from you due to the abuse. This person also says that maybe starting therapy could help me. What kind of therapy should I start to get the right help? I would suggest talking to somebody who is good at handling trauma and how trauma can manifest. Because the underlying thing here is you have endured trauma, and it was a trauma that was sexual in nature. And oftentimes what you will see when somebody has a sexual trauma is it will influence how their sexual behaviors manifest. And so you're going to want to talk to somebody who's well versed in those topics. But I would say that even just finding someone to talk to, they might be able to point you in the right direction. It's a dangerous game when you try to reclaim power in this way. It's true. It is a dangerous game because it normally just ends up becoming more and more extreme. It's kind of like, you know, and we don't want to see anybody getting hurt. You know, you end up pushing the boundaries, things become more and more dangerous. We don't want to see anybody get hurt. Anyway, we've talked about this kind of stuff before on stream, and like I said, it's just, I don't have a problem talking about it. I'm okay with talking about it with you. It's just the kind of stuff where it's like I can't have this up on the screen because I don't want anybody out in the audience to feel triggered by it, or I don't want, I don't want to get in trouble with Twitch. Because there's just some stuff that you can't have on stream, have on the screen. But I just want to say that you've got a good level of insight, and if you're focused on healing, healing is possible. I think it's good to be aware of how these patterns have formed, and we want to make sure that we can do what we can to keep ourselves safe moving forward. We wouldn't want this to become something that's more dangerous than it might already be. way. There are people that specialize in sexual traumas when it comes to therapy, so if you're able to connect with somebody that would be good. Also, I would encourage anybody who's engaging in any type of like potentially dangerous act to be very aware of how to do it in the safest way possible. I don't want to see anybody out there getting hurt when they're trying to have fun. I recently got a new full-time job, full-time big boy job. Here we go, full-time big boy job. Got a full-time big boy job that's going to completely change my life, and I'm not sure how to prepare for that transition. You could start by subscribing to the stream. I'm just kidding. You gotta forgive me. You gotta forgive me. I gotta shill a little bit. I start in 2 weeks, and it's going to require a massive change in my schedule and quite a long commute. I'm thinking about adding structure via having planned out days of random stuff to do in the meantime. What do you suggest is the best way to transition into this new life change in the most healthy way? Well, if you're gonna have a long commute, that might mean that you're gonna have to wake up earlier. Your morning routine might be different than it is right now. So I would encourage you to start acclimating to that new schedule before you even get started with the new job. Start waking up whenever you would need to wake up in order to, get up, get ready, make the commute. Probably start going to bed earlier too, so that you can get up earlier. That's the kind of stuff that you can start doing now, and then 2 weeks from now, it'll be easier to make that switch. Because I can tell you from firsthand experience, and I'm probably sure that many of you have experienced this as well, or you've started a new job. Have you ever started a new job and it was a completely different schedule than what you're on, and it was very difficult to make that switch? Started with transitioning my sleep schedule, but I'm worried about being shocked from the change after being unemployed for 6 months. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. When you start a new job, you're probably going to spend the first few weeks at least doing like job training or like shadowing somebody. It's the first few weeks of you doing this new job should be a pretty good transition into the role. And so it's not going to be like day one, I'm just slapped with 100% of those responsibilities. Also, I'm in a new city. I've been here for 6 months after leaving my hometown of 28 years. Are you enjoying it so far? New job, new city. Whippy in the big city. I love it so far, but it's so much change. You will acclimate. It might take time, it might be difficult, it might have those moments when you feel like this was the wrong choice, but if you stick with it, you should be just fine. I'm just worried that too much change is going to backfire. The fact that you're even considering that and being mindful of it means that you're already like doing what you need to do to make sure that it doesn't happen. Because the people that do make too much change and it does end up all falling through, they're normally like, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine, I can handle it. Yeah, let's move across the country. Let's sell our house and buy an RV and go live in the campground. Got a good head on your shoulders. It's going to help you navigate these changes, and you're going to be all right. In the meantime, if you ever feel like things are getting difficult or unmanageable, that's where having good supports comes in. So, we've moved to a new city, we've been there for 6 months. What's the support system looking like? Because that might be a big factor. What's the support system look like? Where does one find turkey stuffing chips? I got these at Aldi. It's the Aldi brand. Clancy's, that's the Aldi brand. The reason I'm kind of worrying about it is I had a job in this new city after living here for a month, and the job was an awful fit, and I had to quit, and I'm worried about reliving that. You gotta have a terrible job to appreciate a good job. It's those bad jobs that make the good jobs even more enjoyable. It sounds like this job's a better fit for you, so... You know, it's good that you are being cautious, it's good that you're being thoughtful, but we don't need to indulge our anxiety too much to the point where it starts to harm us. You know, think, plan, strategize, but also take time to have fun. Sleepy boy. Really guilty for quitting that first job. Didn't feel like the right decision at the time, but it ended up being the right decision, it sounds like. Thoughts on fat bong rips? Oh, Beaver hit the keyboard and he made your question disappear. Thoughts on fat bong rips? Hell yeah. 420 blaze it, brother. Only the fattest of bong rips. Beaver, on the other hand, he's anti-fat bong rip. Beaver's 420 no. He's straight edge. No drinking, no drugs. He does a little catnip, but we've all got our vices. catnip's really like LSD for cats. I don't know. I don't know if it's psychoactive. Let's do some research. Let's see, do we watch the 4-minute long video or the 2-minute long video? Sedative. Puff it, it's a stimulant. Oh yeah, Beaver, he gets very playful when he has some catnip. Call it nipping out. He's nipping out. Some fresh catnip that was growing, and Beaver would eat it from time to time. Do I save my streams? I do. You can find. Here, let me show you. You can find my streams either on Twitch. If you go to. Hold on, let's go to Twitch. If you go to my channel, and then you go to. Hey, there's me. Where is it? Should be like a thing that says videos. Oh wait, I have to go to like this. Here we go. You'll find some of my videos here. But the easier way, or the way to find all of them would be to go to YouTube. I also stream to my YouTube channel. And so if you go to my YouTube channel, then you go to live right here, it's got all of the broadcasts. Questions yet? Yeah, I'm all caught up with the questions right now, actually. So if you had a question that we've missed, you might have to go back to the VOD. Or if you have a question, I just need confirmation if I'm gay or not. Dean, you've been coming in here saying that you're gay for like a year now. If you're not gay, I don't know what gay is.
Ready?
Thought is that trauma dumping is just venting without permission. That's not far off. That's basically what it is. saw a fact that said that the same thing happens in an elephant's brain when they see a human as in a human's brain when they see baby kittens. Means that elephants find us cute. Like, aw, they're so little and helpless. That's crazy. Yeah, if you didn't know this, big cats respond in the same way to catnip as regular-sized cats. Like, maybe this is a regular-sized cat. It's regular. Big cats react the same way as small cats.
Come on. Go ahead. No? Is it too much for you? Gemini. You can get up and try it out. Oh. That's kind of the reaction I was expecting.
Now, I hear what you're saying, Katsuki. Maybe an elephant's brain is mapped differently, but the thing about being a vertebrate is that we have commonalities between our brains and the brains of other vertebrates. And so there is some crossover there, you know, when you see certain regions of the brain activated. Some of that is able to be translated across species. Because some of that stuff is like evolutionary, biological. You should think that about birds, though.
It's all over your face.
It would make more sense if we're wrong about birds, because an avian brain is a lot... Like, they're still vertebrates, but they're more different than, like, mammal to mammal, for example. Like, we and elephants both have mammalian brains, which have a lot more in common. Bird brains are kind of interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Bird brain, for example, it looks more similar to like lizard brain almost. It's a more highly evolved lizard brain. Lizard brains are pretty basic. Birds are more intelligent, but they're still... They're dinosaurs.
You happy? You like it?
Birds and reptiles cluster together in evolution. Yeah, it's like they have a lot in common. They do have a lot that makes them distinct.
What is that?
Share some distinct features.
What the heck,
Yeah,
cat?
isn't cute aggression? It's a funny sensation. It's like, it's interesting to see what can happen in our brain whenever one part becomes so overloaded that it starts to activate an adjoining part. Another example of that is that the area of your brain that processes feelings of love is adjacent and also related to the part of your brain that feels the sensation of fear. So even stuff like fear and love can get tangled up pretty easily in our brain. sensation of love feels like it's all over my body. That's how it should be. When it's totally unblocked, you can let it flow through you. That feels pretty good. That's, you know, we've talked about this a little bit before. That's what I would look at as love as a state of being, rather than love as an emotion or love as an event. Like, you feel love flowing through you and throughout you, and so it feels like in that moment, that's what you are. You're not you. You are, in that moment, you are love. And it feels nice. That's why I always feel like my fight or flight is active when I love too much. It's simply fear. Love and fear, they both involve vulnerability. They both involve, you know, making sure that we stay safe and assessing for danger. And so, yeah, the two are closely related. Big cats love catnip.
Birthday girl.
Big cats love catnip. Alright, I think we're just about wrapped up for today. Caught up on the questions. Yeah, I think we're good for today. I got Atticus. He's hungry. I'm gonna go get him fed. I'm gonna go find out what's for dinner myself. Alright, everybody, that's gonna be it for me today. Did you have a good time? Did you enjoy your brain domain experience? Please be sure to fill out the exit survey. Way out. We will be doing a movie night in the Discord in 2 hours and 53 minutes. So, just about 3 hours away. At 8 o'clock Central. We're doing a movie night in the Discord. What are we gonna watch? It's gonna be a surprise. But either way, I hope to see you there. Hope you all have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow, or maybe I'll see you tonight. Maybe I'll see you tonight at movie night. Either way, have a great night, everybody, and don't forget, solidarity forever. See y'all later.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
It is we who plowed the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving mid the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong.